10 seconds remain. 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Radiant's turn to pick. Beastmaster.
Nice disable though here for NiP. You've got Beastmaster against the Void. Also some damage output needed from Alchemist to try and blow up a Faceless Void really comes down to that single target focus. But with only one proper... I mean, Snapfire could also be a 3 in this case, but do Mudgolems have the... They don't even get their hands on an Oracle. There's still Abaddon or LC that they might look for if they want to lock in Tiny Snapfire to have that hard to spell off of Beastmaster's ultimate. But want to take that route? Question for that. Abaddon's not been there really frequently. Very, very situational hero. LC I would like to see, but not sure if it's the best pickup here. Visage will be picked up.
Seconds. 5 seconds remain.
Yeah.
It is Dire's ban.
Yeah. Ember Spirit being banned by Mudgolems. They only got 10 seconds, and NiP still got 1 minute and 40. So I think Mudgolems are pretty comfortable with the draft that they have here. Just adapting as the draft advances. I think they might have pre-planned something already after they saw NiP already play one game with the Alchemist. Maybe they're like, well, they might just play it again, so we're prepared for it. But last pick still to come in. NiP once again, I think every single game so far, like the previous series plus this one, they have the last pick for themselves, so I think that Mudgolems actually chose to play Radiant, or then the second pick was picked by NiP.
Seconds remain.
Only a few seconds up with this ban. They need to get rid of. Queen of Pain's been banned quite a lot. We haven't seen Queen being played today at all. She's been banned quite frequently. What about... Yeah, I was about to say Invoker, but he's banned.
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
Could be. NiP, the last time they played out, they had Death Prophet. They had Death Prophet mid. Does DP fit into NiP's lineup against what heroes Mudgolems have already? So either they're predicting it to be picked and they want to go for a somewhat of a counter now.
10 seconds remain. Dire's turn to pick.
Lena.
Seconds.
Snap Arlena. A 5 or 4.
5 seconds remain.
I do like the way that they're setting it up in a sense that there's a lot of flexibility here, and they can just answer to how NiP are setting their heroes. What lanes do they go for if they need to do some swapping around? So if you think about like the Faceless Void is already kind of locked in against the Beastmaster, but the Tiny Visage and Lina have flexibility here. Actually, so does the Snapfire if you want to go for that 3. So I totally understand where you're thinking with this. But then that last pick from NiP, if it is the Death Prophet, you know, it does synchronize pretty well with the other heroes too. They do have a long cooldown around to fight with, but it didn't seem to be much of an issue for them when they fought against or had Exorcism for themselves. Yeah. Yeah, that could be.
Dragon Knight, choose your hero.
DK, okay, alright. Let's see how mudgolems lane these. Lina could go against the DK. But instead... set these lanes so... the mid Lina, offlane Visage, the 33 Visage, yeah, that was what you were thinking about, and it is there. We have our tiny Snapfire as supports and Lina as the mid. So yeah, Lina mid versus DK makes sense. Lina has the capability of fighting quite early on to get those few items, 1 or 2 items, and you definitely want them on your core instead of your support. So yeah, I would have liked to kind of see Visage as a carry, to be completely honest, but Faceless Void is already there. So yeah, that would have been one thing to shake things up a bit. The Void was definitely locked in the safe lane spot. Just, yeah.
Well, look at that.
Yeah, it's just usually it ends up as a 50-50 anyway.
Yeah.
Such a classic 50-50.
Well, all I can say is my mind is completely emptied here, and I just want to see and watch with my own eyes how mudgolems work together. What kind of things can they bring out onto the table? NiP, however, they're looking strong. They're looking good. They took their 2nd place back in the groups, and if they were to end the last series of the day in a 2-0, just like the others, that would mean that they tie up 1st place with Viking GG 9-1. But that is for us to discover during this last best of 2 series. I just want to remind and thank all the people who've been watching today and like watching the cast and also the games. Like big help, big support. Love to be back in Dota as well. Like it's been a big pleasure being here. We will continue tomorrow as well with same caster duos as well. So yeah, pretty much about it.
It's so good to have a tournament like this that rolls pretty much around the clock, so all the casters in all the regions get to bring you some of that lovely Dota.
Yep, 24/7 Dota. We got NA also kicking off right after this one, if I remember correctly. So do stay tuned for that as well. Might be starting on the 2nd channel, but then instantly should be jumping back here unless, well, we'll see. The game kicks off and we've got our bounty runes snatched 2-2. They're gonna leave now unless Misha goes there to take it back. Since DK doesn't necessarily want to go straight up for a bottle, so they don't need to leave it lingering. Sometimes you see that one bounty rune being left just as if you have like a Quap or a Storm Spirit or Zeus who knows that they're going to build a bottle really quick so that they can get that refillment during the laning phase. Like during the first 5 minutes, that is.
I've also seen people completely forget about it, which is...
That too. That is also very true, that you just forget that it ever was there.
So up on the top lane here, we've got 33 versus Charlie, and 33, as I said before, Visage is not a great laner, except for maybe in the older times as a tri-laner with the big damage from Soul Assumption. But Alchemist isn't a very threatening laner either. Both of them are just here, get their last hits in. They'll be happy to trade. Yep. Milan will probably also feel safe because he's got a ranged partner to nip into mid now and then. Maybe grab some rune control.
Interesting move from Tiny there. Takes a couple tower hits. Might have mislocated his hero there for a moment. But yeah, I agree. Very defensive lanes on both sides. You could play aggressive on mudgolems with the Tiny, but you don't really have to. Basically, I think it's just a fight between the support. Maybe do a little bit of trading damage-wise with abilities, but kill potential, it's more on mudgolem's side.
The Soul Assumption is big. If they trade a lot of damage, and I could see the Lich going down to a big Soul Assumption very easily.
We also have our bot lane with Void against the Beastmaster, melee versus melee. Then we have Snap and Rubik. Should be an alright lane for Void as long as Snapfire is always there to kill the boars. That's like priority number one.
She's just there for the best roll, yes. Which is a bit unfortunate because it does mean that the Rubik and his Fate Bolts will pretty much get to do whatever they want to do. And we have seen Arrow on this Rubik in the previous game and in a lot of games before as well. This man has been impressing me. So
I still have to get back. That is so awesome. The pest control granny, and they're at work with the Beastmaster. Yes. Lift does come out on Skitter. Looked for a jump. Actually wanted to get the range creep last hit. Just missed it.
Unfortunate for him, but luckily on the other hand there's no new boar coming up in a little bit, so he gets to do that without taking two.
Mid is a funny fight in the sense that you always say like, yeah, range versus melee, that's a range win. But in this case, DK also does harass quite nastily back with the Breathe Fire. Lina does have high right-click damage, but makes CSing a lot harder. He's gonna tank spells, tank a lot of right-clicks from Borania. Though he's happy with just soaking up hits and last hits that he can, because it's still very tied, like 14 versus 18. A couple more denies for Lina.
I was about to say, Borania's denies look really good right now. You don't see a lot of Linas that focus on getting the denies out, but that's one of the things that you can do in this DK matchup if you don't push the wave out too aggressively. And he is on it. Smart work. It's about self-control, isn't it? You're playing Lina, it feels so easy to just, throw your spells onto the DK, keep him low, keep the wave pushed out. But if you want to come out of the lane with an advantage, before you can clear jungles with your spells, the way that Borania is going about it right now is clever.
Yeah, I was looking at mid, that's the way to steal away the action rune. That was an illusion rune. Well, 33 gets the kill on Alchemist, so the Radiant top lane working as intended. Lich didn't even get to cast the Frost Shield. Completely off cooldown.
It doesn't even matter too much, I think, in this lane with all the magical damage. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's just watching both of these side lanes just do their thing. Saberlight's getting a decent amount of CS from this. Killing that boar will be more and more difficult with levels. So I think Snap's got a very big priority here to just chill and stick with this lane. Era tries to lift Fada onto the ward spot, so that would have been a high ground that she would have had to wait another 20 seconds for the cookie to jump down. At least Fada's able to snatch every bounty rune in the bot lane as Milan finds the others, and they leave one for Borania, so they have their 4 bounties snatched in a row. NiP with none.
And the reason that Saberlight has been getting so much out of this bot lane is because Era got to mess with Fada's pulls. Fada hasn't been able to pull at all, and it means that the wave is constantly pushed up against Saberlight's tower. That's very enjoyable for him. And now, Is this an attempt on Brani? They would love to kill him and immediately take this tower.
That too. That's such a classic move, though, that you hit level 6 on DK, force the tower, start to get damage output on it, and that catapult is doing a decent amount of damage. Also getting a few hits, but he's tanking the tower pretty nastily here. Ronnie is completely drained out of mana, though. Supreme going for the race for the action rune. There's a regen, and it goes for the Lina. And Supreme will have to let Lina grab that regen for herself.
Regeneration.
Very lucky. Half damage on the tower still, though.
Yep. DK should be able to push that down pretty soon. So if we see support rotations coming into mid while they want to try and hold that tower up, that will leave Alchemist maybe defenseless in top, unless it's going to be like Rubik, maybe a level 6 Beastmaster to rotate into mid. So that's like, you need to have either some backup for that or prepared to fight for it. Era takes a lot of damage from Barania, but a really nice juke move as the cookie leads Skitter to the low ground, but Barania will throw the Laguna Blade.
See you later, nerds.
Era's like, yeah, sure. I guess that was gonna happen, huh? And of course Selena feels safe to do that because she pushes out the mid-wave so easily, gives her a lot of time to disappear off map. And then also there is no DK ult online right now, so she doesn't actually have to feel threatened. She's going to stick around mid again.
Yeah, it's gonna have to. There's like 15 seconds for DK to have his ultimate ready. Preem feels like repeating the same thing again. Pop his ulti and just keep pushing that lane all the way under the tower. It doesn't have a catapult this time, which is, I think, the biggest factor for that push. Does he want to commit to it? Got his form ready. He's not doing anything yet. Misha TP's here. I think stacking camps. Preem is pinging the tower. Yeah, he wants to go for it. Maybe for some movement from golems.
And the move that you see from NiP here as well is very calculated, just immediately stacking, immediately getting Charlie into the jungle. Hasn't exactly had an amazing lane, but it's a good enough start. And 33 gets to, well, push wherever he wants now, and I think he's going to look for mid-tower trade. Toss back.
Look at that. The Invis tiny body blocking Supreme to the toss so that they get the DK wiped out of the way. Mud Golems are happy with that one. That must have been, okay, interesting cookie on the familiar. But yeah, that was beautifully orchestrated. Very simple, but very good looking.
An absolute assassination.
Now they get to hit the tower instead. Bree and Barania getting a lot of damage on this one. 1,100 damage dealt on that. Saberlight finds Fada trying to farm the bot camp, and that's actually with the Necro units, so it might have actually... Do see the chrono in mid. It's DK being targeted once again. Stuns following up, and DK still holding his ground for now, but one spell should do it, and that is there. The LSA. It's gonna be enough now. Milan getting lifted up by Era. Era has that shield, so he's fine. But they will have to sack this tower, and this is a very good move from Mud Golems, already applying the pressure into mid, knowing that DK is not necessarily the best to hold it all by himself. He doesn't have any damage. Needs some friends around him, and once he's out of the way, you use the chrono while it's off cooldown and back to farming.
And in the meantime, Saberlight at least gets some pressure on bot lane. It's not exactly the trade that you want, but oh, hold that thought, another toss. Misha.
Wanted to de-ward that. Got the ward out of the way, but Milan also got the kill. 700 gold towards a possible blink dagger for him.
He's going to be so early on that.
And Charlie's going battle theory again this game, even if there's no illusion clear heroes to fight against this time. Tiny does get lifted up by Era, stunned up by Supreme. No more or stuns. Nothing else available, so he's out. Meanwhile, they find the Alchemist, and Alchemist has no ultimate. They even use the Laguna Blade, and the Centaur even decides to intervene with a 3-man stun, but Centaur will also die, just like Charlie.
And they're taking these stacks. This is going to get precarious for NiP real fast. The vision in Charlie's jungle has not even been contested, and with this Visage, they can just move into there so fast. At the very least, there's some space on bot lane now. Milan smoked up.
Yep. They want to go on Saberlight. Milan is there.
Oh,
They
yeah.
might have seen Saberlight once again. He is juking around the trees. Milan smoking his spot, then they throw the LSA in the wrong spot. The roar on Lina. Okay.
Saves
All
his
right.
life.
It does save his life though, in a sense. Like the stun was already used by Lina, but still. All right. Okay. That was just.
Structures are fortified.
Almost could say that was a assuring dominance kind of roar.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, wait,
Don't
yeah.
mess with me.
With the Laguna LCD, no, it doesn't even save his life. It's right. It's not necessary. Thought the Laguna was up.
But it's definitely for mudgold now. Apply the pressure, take map control, play the way that they want to do. And NiP will just have to respond to movements and hope that Charlie finishes his items as fast as possible. One piece towards Battle Fury now.
It's hard though. You want an initiating item on either of your other two cores, and it's going to end up being the DK, who is pretty far towards the Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
But normally you do that through your natural push and getting some more tower gold, but they only got one of the towers out of the way, which is not necessarily where you want to be with a DK and
Dire's top tower.
Beastmaster lineup.
Dire's top tower is no more.
So Skitter finishes off the tower in top, and we are slowly building our way towards the more exciting action-filled part, so to say. This is just mudgolems playing by the book.
I mean, exciting action filled. Skitter is buying a Mask of Madness to buy a Battle Fury with. I don't think he's in a hurry.
Okay. Nope. Yeah, not in a
He
hurry.
just wants
That's
to
true.
keep up.
Who finishes it faster though? He's actually only starting to build it. Alk's done already.
Oh, yeah, Alk
obviously,
started pretty much.
obviously Alk will do. I know. Obviously Alk will do it first, but with the tempo, because they can actually fight with this Mask of Madness and Chrono, because NiP are somewhat defenseless.
They have so much damage to throw into the Chrono that really.
Yeah.
He only has to show up, throw the bubble, and then admire his handiwork. Steve will do the rest.
Tiny's got a few hundred gold to go for the blink. DK's just about to finish his. Just need a tiny bit more.
I imagine that we're going to see a move with that.
Yeah, but mudgolems might be doing it first. They're smoked up with 4 heroes. The one who's not participating yet is Lina. Lina's coming in with full speed, almost 500 movement speed. Teleport boots picked up. Radiant scan, no one there. They're on the high ground. Lina reveals herself in mid. Move away. There's a smoke on Misha if Misha wants to use it, but right now Milan is just scouting.
Just baiting spree.
Walking straight into the arms of the DK is like, well, if we can't bait with Lina, I'll do it. It's just walking right into their arms.
No, not this time. Bit overeager on the reaction there from Era. I think they were expecting a big jump though, and it just didn't happen. It was just Milan walking in.
Yeah, well, Era's got toss.
Look at how far up 33 is farming. They're like, yeah, these
Yeah.
are my creeps now, you can't do anything about it. And
But
those
he's got his
Scorpions
team
add up.
behind him.
But this is the way to hold an aggressive position, is just really take the creeps that are in front of their noses. If you can get contact while not dying, you're already doing so much for your team. You're giving information, you're farming in a spot where nobody else can, etc.
Invisibility.
Yeah, Milan
He is farming
clearing.
in a spot where I don't think he's going to be alive for very much longer.
Yeah, he's got his ulti up. They got a lot of nuke minus armor, and the damage is going to be enough for them this time. And they get the roar onto the Lina, and the ulti from Lich is bouncing back at a fourth. Skitter taking a bit of damage, but he manages to remove some of it. There's a more dot on top of Rubik. Rubik is out of play. Saberlight also being chased by 33 with the stun. Milan coming in from the other direction. I was like, you've got no escape here. And NiP have lost 4 heroes. Not that they could have really responded much to mudgolems, but it all just kind of spiraled from Charlie being the first initiation on, and NiP was like, we still want to fight this and protect our Alk, but Alk was gone, and then the rest just walked to the slaughter.
Charlie shouldn't have been there, but you know, don't throw good money after bad.
Yeah. They won't go away by tossing coins at them.
No.
Unless you've got some really heavy, hurdy,
Oh,
sharp
yeets.
coins.
Era stole
That
toss.
works. He's got that toss. Yeah, I stole it again, so he's refreshed the duration of it now. Yeah, that works. Toss the DK for stun.
I think Era has been one of the most just entertaining transformations that I've seen in a player from this. I used to think that he was fairly boring as a carry player, but here as 4, he really seems to just enjoy the game a lot more, and you can see it in the way that he plays.
I might have remembered a conversation with somebody when Era was still actually playing for Godsent.
Mm-hmm.
And he brought up the topic that, hey guys, I want to play mid, or was they want to play core, and the other guys were like, so now that he's playing support and he's really actually rocking it off, so I kind of agree. I think it was a stable carry player, but I feel like he really shines when he's playing this support role, because he knows how the carry players think and how he would think if he was a carry, so that adapts so well, and a player knows how to play both roles.
It's very worthwhile to get some of that experience in after you've mastered your own role, to shop around, see what you can learn for the benefit of your main role by playing other types of gameplay styles.
Mudgolems leading with 2k despite the ALK in this game.
That
is
very bad sign, isn't it? And look at their positioning on the map right now as well. They are, well, they're not farming 3 lanes anymore, but they definitely were before. And there's nobody in the dire jungle right now. It's just NiP does not feel safe farming there. Charlie is standing in mid, waiting for information, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
He needs the pressure on bot to go off first, and it's like, well, if there's nothing coming, I guess I go back to my triangle, because, you know, they'd love to farm more than just this tiny bit of the map, but they can't.
33 is left as familiars as a ward spot here next to the triangle. Maybe he's just done with microing. Just, you know, like playing Visage, like Visage, and just leaving the familiars there. Well, yeah, I don't know if there's much to that. He's just taking... Okay, now he's spreading them out. He's blocking camps with them. That makes a whole lot more sense. That is microing much better than what we're getting debated into. Or me, at least.
That's such a big, like, an amazing big move.
Snapfire getting roared. That's doing a decent amount of damage, but Saberlight actually backing away because he thought that, yeah, if he stays around, there's a TP. There's a Blink Tiny coming in, and Saberlight's life is in peril. Avalanche toss. Snapfire misses the abilities, but Piranha has Laguna Blade. If they need to use it, they don't. Just right click down to death.
Still 4 people react from mudgolems. I think they could have done that more efficiently. But they actually also took a lot of damage from just killing off those necro creeps. Pretty funny. Anyway, not much that mudgolems get out of that, apart from the fact that 33 is not
look at this. Misha's here once again, and he's like, alright, well, there's no sentries blocking these camps. It's these 2 birds.
Can we kill them, please? Cores, thank you.
Yeah, alright. 100 for Misha, 100 for Supreme. He spawns some new familiars. Wonder if he's going to keep on doing that. That's such a smart thing. He's been doing it for quite some time.
So, for NiP right now, at least they're holding steady. They haven't lost any more heroes, and they have some item progression coming. Charlie...
Don't say it yet. Don't say it yet, because they are smoked up and they're making their way forward.
Two more tanky targets, though. Yeah. This change of direction is much better.
Era's been chilling at this one spot for quite some time. Supreme and Misha and Charlie are here. Skitter goes for the chrono. Got 2 inside. Mortimer's kisses inside. An Alchemist is melting and Charlie's gone. Supreme has nothing to give once his friends are gone. 3 gone from NiP. And mudgolems get what they looked for. Even the 20-minute bounties. Some DD runes. We got Roche from here.
I really enjoy mudgolems' movement there. They wait a bit for information, then decide to take a high ground position where they will always be able to cut the fight in half because they know that Saberlight is on board. And the fact that it doesn't even matter anymore because they have so much damage, you shouldn't look at that, because what's important is that you need to have this habit of doing it the right way for those moments where it does matter.
Yeah. And that is Roche picked up, so Skitter will get the Aegis for himself. Must be feeling it now. The game isn't really going in their favor. Like, they're being outplayed in terms of, at least their camps are being blocked. Alk ain't getting that much farm. We're actually playing behind with an Alchemist. And be a bit of a collateral damage here, but at least he gives info so that 33 can push top, since 3 heroes were focusing on him.
And I think one of the problems here is that Supreme is trying to get to this BKB, and of course you should wait for your timings, but at some point you should have, once again, if you attempted pressure in your push towards these timings, then the enemy gets to decide where the game moves, what's going to happen. You're always going to be playing reactive. And I definitely think that if they would have done something on a side lane, or I mean, Saberlight has been doing things on a side lane, that Supreme should have been on standby to try and get a snipe in on his mid tower first. It's one of the things that you can do with a double push lineup like this. And that just hasn't really happened. He's just been making use of the space that is being created as if he's the carry, but he's not. And it's the same thing that we were praising him for in the previous series. Like, he took the initiative, he played a very sacrificial upfront role, and now he seems to be very much more intimidated and waiting. Like, sure, going for the tower probably would not have benefited his scoreline, but it would have benefited his outcome.
And he would have almost got a BKB up on DK, but is that going to be enough for them? Alchemist with Sanjin Yasha going for AC. All these items that NiP are slowly getting better, but they've had to give so much away this game. They could have really responded much against mudgolems, and yeah, Link and some Lina, so that was actually Beastmaster's ulti straight into Lincoln. Well, he'll have it back up once he's there. And 30 seconds down once he's respawned, but still, mudgolems can just basically rock the map like they do right now, what they want to do. Still naming the place.
NiP are moving forwards in mid lane, but they're already late. They lost their bottom tower, whereas the forward positioning of Saberlight should be an indication for them that they should also forward position on mid to grab the objective there, because you can see that NiP does want it. They do know that they need it, but this lack of someone reminding them and pushing them seems to be really coming into play again here.
Yeah, things are getting even spicier. Tiny's building an E-Blade right now. Support pause for Tiny. He's already got a Ghost Scepter and going for an E-Blade. So, okay, that's just gonna make Lina's life very interesting. However, Supreme going with a Blink Stun onto Visage, and they might have the damage for it. They've got the Alk Stun landing in a very long arc there. But Charlie's also tanking a bit of damage here. Tiny is slowly melting down. The Roar is gonna be up in 10 seconds. Milan is down. Misha will get the kill on the Chrono. Will connect from Skitter. Is catching two. He's got the DK on the Alchemist inside, and Alk is dropping really low. The Guna Blade will do the job. And now Supreme. Skitter jumping onto the next target as well as Saberlight going for the rolls to face the void, and at the same time he got the stun into the DK, and he's got himself that armor, and he's tanking a lot, but he's lost so many teammates that he's gonna have to get his life away. Rania going for the triple kill while they're still chasing down Saberlight. Skitter got a jump available right now. He reads a bit too far, but it's still gonna be enough for the slow. The LSA ultra kill for the Lina, and only the Lich survives. There's not much remaining in this game since that fight was important for NiP.
Oh yeah, was it that sort of over-positioning for Milan allowed mudgolems to wait out the entire BKB. And that is the item that NiP had been waiting for. It's explicitly waiting for this timing. And Milan says, alright, I have a buyback.
Rubik steals the Avalanche at least. The glyph has been used. That's a 5-minute timer for mudgolems to try and punish again. So they're going to wait a little bit, even though their Aegis is going to run out in 45 seconds.
Well, at the very least, Aaron just got himself a cool 200 gold by bursting down the familiars. This is looking rough, and they don't have a lot of plays to make at this point.
Yeah.
The initiation is always going to have to be the DK, but he's also an integral part of their creep wave clear. It's so hard to not give mudgolems all the information that they need to just avoid you.
You talked about the 200 gold for picking up familiar when you're 200 to 12,000. Like, I need a lot of familiars this game to come back together.
Era just needs a blink. I don't think he even cares about the result of this game anymore. He just wants a blink there. He's gonna steal something and he's gonna do something cool. And sometimes that's need to stay in a game like this. It's just like, there is another
look at this.
goal,
Look at this setup from NiP. They've already broken the Lincolns from Lina, but there's a Lotus Orb, and Lina's item build is intriguing and fascinating at the same time. You've got the basic TP boots and Yules, but an AC for Lina. I love this item pickup from her.
It's... They have this AC ready just in time where they want to go high ground. And it's not because the Lina needs it, but because the team needs it.
The team needs it.
It is beautiful. It's exactly the kind of item choices that we saw from NiP in the previous round. A mud.
See if Skitter can find some more people. Fada will walk straight into Supreme, gonna get stunned up. Alka's here, and where is your Void? Where is he gonna jump into? He's trying to catch a lot of people, but he gets roared up by Saberlight. Fada and Supreme are both down. Alka's just dishing hits, and there's the Chrono, and the right-click damage coming from Barani, and Alchemist is out of play. And NiP, they're only able to find one support. They're gonna lose several heroes, including 2 cores once again. And mudgolems, it looks like this is their time to end this. If the finishing blow, because there's nothing that NiP have left in store. They've given everything, and it's not even close to enough.
This is, you know, mudgolems could also win this game with much more conventional item build. But they don't, because they have this idea of, alright, we want to go high ground, we want to have the habit of, you know, getting this AC done, because we don't need more damage onto heroes necessarily, or like a bigger scoreline for the Lina. What we need is the ability to take down buildings.
See you later, nerds.
And yeah, that's the fact that they execute so much better than NiP that it's not even necessary is just icing on top. I'm very impressed.
Yep, 22-5, 18,000 gold ahead, almost 30,000 XP. How much does that relate to in levels? Oh boy. I wish I didn't press E.
Yeah, that hurts.
Yeah, moment when you realize that Alk is like smaller level than the Granny.
It's such a rough game, and NiP could have maybe thrown bodies at the problem.
Up. Slight piece of hope there, but the cookie does manage to break that lift direction. While the push is happening at bottom, looking for a second lane of Rax. Off onto Skitter. Lich ulti. Roar will go out, tossed to safety to 33. Skitter's only lost 1,000 HP, and you see 2 ultis for that. Now how do they turn this around? Arrow still trying to break that Lincoln's on the Lina. Supreme coming in from the side, but Granny's just shooting with that machine gun. While Barania, now Milan actually intervening onto Charlie, goes for the stun. The Ghost Scepter soaks up the damage, and Alchemist isn't moving anywhere. And Charlie's like, where are my buddies? Where are you guys? Where are you? And he's gone.
There's just
GG.
no damage. Just no damage on NiP at this point. They've been itemizing defensively because they felt they had to, and they come to a point where they can't fight regardless. Just get squeezed all the way out of the game.
Well, first game watching mudgolems, and I like what I see.
Yeah.
Get that. See.
1500 gold. He actually is going to go straight into the pipe here, opting to tank up even more.
Rolling boulder from Zep misses again, but there's the invest bomb, and this time Ohio's in trouble. Roar will come out, they have the magnetize, they get off the silence as well, and Ohio will get right click down. The exorcism will go from Mushi, doing a decent amount of damage to that aggressive. The Borslow comes through, he has no infest, he has the armlet toggle, needs to be careful, the spirit type coming out, the glimpse back onto aggressive, gets him back in there. They get the grave off in time though, the open wounds will come through, they have the kinetic shield. There's the black hole, from the low ground, on to 3, Step as well as NM1 are gonna get chewed down, 3 dead, Mushi gets a double kill. DJ, are you kidding me, from the low ground?
DJ, God, the crowd, he just goes insane as he hits the black hole of his life. And
Likely could just give this one up. The vision advantage with the Hawk does help. But nope, they're ready. They've actually got a smoke. They can bypass the Hawk with this, but
there's no way they take this in time. Fnatic need to get out. Mushi is going to be stunned by the boulder smash. They're going to come through. Showit looking for a Ravage. Can't find it. Mushi pops the BKB early. Aggressive blinks in. Pops the rage as well. Still has his BKB ready to go. They really want to contest this and take it down as quickly as possible. They get the refresher for Ohio. It's coming out. Double Roar is ready. Can they find a kill off of this? Maybe he's walking up with the Silver Edge. Ohio's going to get caught first. Ravage catches onto 2. Black Hole counter initiation. Static Storm on top. Aggressive is low. They get off the Static Storm. Showit pops the refresher. It's not enough. Maybe it's getting chewed through by mid 1. They get off the Roar. They'll lose 2. They'll lose 3. They buy back on the Tide. He's got another Ravage. They have no buyback on Maybe. What an initiation from DJ.
Secures another kill.
1500 gold. He actually is going to go straight into the pipe.
Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to ban.
All right, we're back here as our final game of the entire night. So we have mudgolems versus ninjas in pajamas, game number 2, and the golems. First game I've watched them play. First game I got to cast them. I really liked their style, to be honest. NiP looked like a bunch of, you know, I can't really find a word for it, so better not say anything. But sometimes I feel like Charlie farms a bit too much. I actually told you about this, like during the break, that maybe Charlie takes a bit too much time. Mudgolems are playing very aggressive. That's what kind of made NiP look like they are so much further behind either the gameplay style that Mudgolems are playing, or they just don't fit as opposites in this matchup. So if it ends up being like game 1, Mudgolems could go for an easy 2-0. So I would love to see NiP go for a more aggressive draft and play style. Like the play style definitely is what I'm really waiting for them to kick off early game, to kick off mid game. What do you think, Gibbs? All right.
Radiant must choose. Dire must choose. Seconds. 5 seconds remain.
Yeah, give me a Mars, like Mars Phoenix. Come on, give it to me. Almost. Doom. I like Doom pick though. First Doom of the day. It is.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Dire's turn to battle. Life Stealer.
We've seen one axe today. That was when the was it the anti? Wait, it wasn't the anti-mage that was getting spitted forward. That was Faceless Void, right?
It is Dire.
Or was it? I have to go back and check actually, because That was a Viking GG draft, wasn't it? No, it actually wasn't. Hang on. Snapfire. It was the anti-mage. So it was Hellraisers versus Empire, where we saw the Ags from Snapfire at the very end of the game. They were spitting the anti-mage into the enemy base. So spitting a lifestealer or eating the Snapfire until Snapfire spits you away, there's a lot of ways you can put this. But there's definitely some fresh meat waiting.
Seconds. 5 seconds.
Yeah, I can see the Lifestealer working pretty well against the Doom here, so I think are we seeing a 5 Doom? 4 or 3? Saberlight's off lane, yeah. In that case, yeah, the Lifestealer Doom. So with Phoenix, well, Phoenix Doom against Lifestealer, I think the Lifestealer pick is brilliant in the sense that most of the harassing from Phoenix and Doom comes from magical damage, and Lifestealer just shrugs it all off, allowing him to kind of coordinate maybe a bit better in that lane. When does he actually want to trade back? When does Snapfire give like a call, like, all right, let's do it? Unless Snap played an off or 4. We'll have to see and wait for that. Though,
5 seconds.
Yeah.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Message ban. Yeah, very, very targeted bans here against Mudgolems heroes.
Seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Must choose.
I'm gonna ban the anti-mage. So
10 seconds. 5 seconds remain. Dire's turn to pick. Void incarnate. Seconds.
yeah, and also if NiP actually do decide to change their gameplay style a little bit, TB isn't your early game fighter in a sense. Charlie would just love to farm once again. If we're looking for a more fighter hero, would we maybe see... Is Troll still in fashion?
Radiant's turn to pick. Jen.
Yeah. Well, relieving lane pressure at least, so they might just end up going for the TP after all. Though, Doom is kind of your only tool of initiating. You don't have any stuns in your team, you've got slows and damage.
5 seconds.
And you've got a good mixture of damage, but...
Player's turn to pick.
Mirana.
Yeah, Mirana's very obvious to this Chen pick at least.
Dire's turn to ban.
And yeah, Charlie having like thoughts that, okay, I got caught by a couple arrows against the last Mirana, so it's gonna shift into Morphling. This could be a mid Morphling too, but I would suspect Charlie to play this. Yeah. It is.
Dire's turn to ban.
Yeah. Morphling also is a good hero for chasing others. So like you can turn into Mirana, get extra leaps. You got Snapfire with Cookie, you can move faster. Same thing with magic immunity while right-clicking people also works great. So you either plan yourself by hitting the backline, but this game isn't really about a backline. Mudgolems doesn't have a backline, to be honest. They're all like in the front of the fight and just everyone dishing out damage as much as they can. Maybe a Mirana arrow from here or there. Maybe a Mortimer's Kisses, Snapfire. But once MK is used, then Snap's just going to be around the fight somewhere, guiding, kind of like being like suppressive fire in a sense. Granny's just going to keep on shooting people. Yeah. So I think the Morphling is pretty ideal for the way that NiP want to take fights, because Morphling goes in, you're going to get crowded by people, and Phoenix loves crowds.
It is Radiant's ban. Seconds. 5 seconds remain. Dire must choose.
No. Kind of like the Beast ban though that Mudgolems are throwing out, so they're like, Doom is not your offlaner, and Doom is not your offlaner most likely. Slurdy-dur, alright. I mean, he is the Slurder. He will bash the hell out of you.
10 seconds.
Slardar will drop your IQ when he starts hitting you. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. No.
Select your hero. Make the
Nice to meet
choice.
you. Wow. Well, it's a Queen of Pain, and it's Rania's mid-quap. Saberlight offlane Slurder. We've got Morphling for our... But you gotta carry Doom. You gotta carry Doom.
And I really like this starter pick as well as a definitive answer to say, all right, Lifestealer, you're not going to win this late game. You guys are going to have to go for a mid-game timing in this game. Otherwise, you're not making it.
Yeah. Quick fix here. Let's get that out of the way. I've been bugging some people with those flashy numbers on the screen, so they're no longer there. At least for me. I've always wondered why do I always have to display network information on the screen. It's like, doesn't need to be around. I always have just forgot its existence, but I guess like I was like, oh, now that you mention it, now it's there.
Now it's bothering me too. Why did you have to tell me?
Why did I have to tell you about it? Anyway, the last game of the entire day is upon us. And this is our last chance for a tie. Otherwise, we will have full 2-0s for today.
So
I think it's a possibility.
Oh, sorry, I already wanted to jump forward because I want to
do jump forward. Do jump forward. Be my guest.
I am so enthusiastic about this mudgolems lineup. Once again, the more I look at this, the more I'm like, man, they can throw infest bombs at everyone in this game. If these guys coordinate their assassinations, they can blow everyone up before the Chan can even press R. There's a lot of potential for crazy entrance kills and burst damage on their side. If they manage to pull it off, it's gonna look real good. I'm going to have a lot of fun watching this.
Yep, there are a lot of ways to execute infest bombs. Like, I think one of the most enjoyable ones I've seen is when there's a morphling in the game. You have heroes like Lifestealer and Puck. So you have the blink silence and you have a huge amount of nuke. And a hero that can also build a blink dagger. So either you go in with the orb or just go straight up with the close range blink, or just use a blink dagger, which you usually always build. And Charlie, you are a professional at catching these arrows, but this time you will not die for it.
He has about
unbelievable how this guy catches. Can somebody like start making a counter for this game? How many arrows will Charlie catch this game? Because now that I say it, like, he'll dodge the rest, but he is seriously. I'm not sure if he's doing it as like it's his thing, or
no, just help him out here a bit. If you rant about it a bit more, I'm sure he's gonna stop doing it.
Yeah, I think that like the NiP manager or the coach is gonna be like, Charlie, we need to talk. You caught 18 arrows last game. How does it feel to be controlled for like 90 seconds that last game?
Not good, I can tell you that.
We'll have to see. Skitters, Lifestealer going up against Saberlight Slardar. Got Phoenix and Snapfires. The support's chilling out here. Don't have Rubik on Arrow this time. Forward to seeing how Phoenix fares.
This is a hard Phoenix game though. Between the Shredder, the extra attack speed from the next Rage, and the Mirana, there is not really... He needs to make sure everyone else is occupied with something else, or he needs to be like, hey, you want to hit something else than my cores? Take me!
Pick me.
Skitter getting cookied in. Saberlight's in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, holding his ground. Can't actually get to load up those 4 stacks into a bash on a hero, instead just last hits on a creep. Well, top there's still that same brawling going on. Milan is just punishing Misha here with these right clicks. Charlie's getting off to a good start in terms of CS. So bad. I'm very worried about Supreme here though, because he doesn't have that much region to work with here. Careful with Barania. Actually, Barania has got the same situation. Courier's still in base, so he's not actually buying anything. Almost getting that bottle. Very close to it. Meanwhile, Morph is actually bringing another salve.
A very effective region for him, but unfortunately also spending gold to just stay in this lane. One of the benefits of this Glock pick.
Nah.
Her harass with the Shadow Strike is just still unparalleled. Nobody can trade into that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It just feels bad watching Supreme here. It's been 30 seconds since he popped that salve, and he's back down on that same health.
Yeah, just gonna keep on repeating. So yeah, Quap is really enjoying this mid lane. I'm not sure if this is the best idea, like,
Is in danger.
just sack the Morphling's lane like this. I mean, you're the only hero who can... Well, you're not really the only hero. I mean, I guess NiP could have swapped their lanes slightly. I mean, the Doom would maybe stay safe lane, but you could potentially put the Morphling off lane just to get a bit more farm. Right now,
Sure.
you're getting levels.
But you would have thrown somebody other even harder under the bus. Is that worth it? If Supreme is going to end up farming a lot anyway. Like,
Maybe.
it's the best
I guess.
out of
I
the
guess.
list.
Yeah, that's what I'm also trying to see in here. But doesn't Slardar also benefit a lot with just early levels? Just in terms of XP, and then you can help the rest of your guys out.
I'm pretty sure that if this was a Slardar mid, he'd be getting dove and killed right now.
Might be. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I guess Supreme is the only one who can actually tank this. Brony is still trying to throw more and more daggers at Supreme. There we go. Shifting back. Be a regen as well for this Quap, so Bronya gets to surprise. Is the Morphling waveform out?
That's I like seeing that though. That's a sign of life from a guy who got, like, he did pretty much nothing in the previous game. He didn't get to do anything.
Eric gets first blood on Fata, while Milan challenge Misha for this rune here and still fighting against him, but as soon as 33 shows up, he gets it!
Wisdom of eternity.
Nice.
But he gets it right after he dies, so he doesn't get the XP for it. With the help of a Centaur Courser, which right clicks for 19 plus 16, so not even that much damage.
Not at all, but you know, every little bit helps.
Radiant should look to their bottom tower.
Misha actually going into mid, going to put a ward down here for Supreme, just so he gets a little bit more information.
Oh, looking for Supreme, but Supreme will survive that. Very close attempt. He's also got the bottle, so he'll be regenerating very, very fast now. But yeah, that's a Quap ulti, almost getting a kill.
But what I'm seeing here
Still
from
going
Supreme
in.
is making me feel good, because he's taking risks even though he's getting his ass handed to him. Getting, they get 2 wards with that single sentry actually.
Alright, that surprised a little bit. Rana actually picking up Misha under the mid-tier 1 tower. Just an arrow into a couple leap charges with a DD route.
There is little hope for dying.
2-2 now. Saberlight having 28 last hits. Skitter with 25. Top is also pretty even.
There is little hope for Radiant's middle tower.
Void Spirit's got a lot of farm, so this must be very pleasing for 33.
Oh yeah, he's very happy.
Straight axe. Straight up axe.
And straight up aggression here. Hits his level 6, immediately runs at Charlie. Charlie's not falling for that arrow again.
Nope. Nope. Not this time. Takes a bit of damage from the Star Storm, but day by him. So, is there any aggression happening elsewhere?
No.
Yara's still brawling with Fada, both are level 4. Saberlight waiting for level 6. He is a tiny bit behind the Lifestealer's ult. I think once that corrosive haze is up, that will help him a lot. Stun combo onto Skitter. Go for a trade, but want to go under the tower. Now here we have Misha with mudgolems against mudgolems.
Dire should look to their top
Can't quite
tower.
get to them though. He's got 2 of them.
That would be ironic, wouldn't it?
Mudgolems beaten by mudgolems. That's also a statement why they want themselves a controller hero in their draft. Show them around like, hey, we've got 2 hostages, we've got 2 mudgolems picked up.
If you want to see your family members alive, call GG now.
Yeah, call GG now and we will release these 2 mudgolems. This rune for Supreme. Charlie coming in from the back, and there's your doom into the face. And Barania is an easy pickoff here. Charlie gets the kill. Even Barania's courier also dead.
Excellent.
Good smart rotation with that Doom being picked up. And now, meanwhile, on the bot lane, Saberlight 1 versus 2ing this fight. An infest has been forced. Sapphire brings him to safety.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Well, Charlie isn't farming all game this time.
No, he isn't, and I absolutely love it when carries rotate into mid this early. It is such a powerful weapon, and people don't see it coming. Like, that was a pop, she can blink out, but
Oh, they're gonna go on Misha. Varania coming in with the ultimate, connecting on 2. Supreme takes a hefty amount of damage, but he's still fine with it. Moral Milan is also around, and Charlie and Supreme are there. Era just going for a casual drive-by, instantly turns around, realizes there's no big threat going on here. Like putting pressure on Fada, while Skitter actually TP's top with the Lifestealer, so the moment he realizes Lifestealer isn't here, Saberlight could just attempt on Fada.
it could, yes. Maybe he doesn't want to draw any more attention to the bot lane though, and yeah, he's just going to mirror Skitter, because he knows that the Lifestealer can't actually fight him, and that's very frustrating for a man who really just wants to farm and maybe get a free tower here. But this tower is anything but free. Look at Charlie.
They're in the trees. Charlie going for some body blocks. The arrow will be caught on the Doom. I think that's number 2, maybe number 3.
Tower is under
It's like,
attack. Radiant's middle
it's
tower
not even that funny, it's just the history.
It is. No, with all this space created, Supreme gets the tower in mid.
Yes.
So he keeps his up, even though he took so much punishment from the Quap. He is the one to kill the tower first.
And this is exactly what I wanted to see from them in the previous game, because does Charlie have anything to gain from walking into top? Does Saberlight, like, do they really think they're going to get a kill on the Lifestealer there? Only if they're really lucky. But most importantly, it forces reactions, it forces attention, and Supreme gets to take that middle tower. And now they don't have to go through that entire hurdle of getting choked out of the map without any vantage points of your own to teleport to.
Agreed. The mobility will drop out, but I love the warding game from NiP. They've got 4 orbs placed in this area, so they control both the jungle partially. They also have readings towards mid, and now Charlie is now here. Milan looking for the arrow, waiting for his teammate. When do we go? Saberlight's here. It's like, hello, and you have been spotted. Milan desperately trying to blink away, but they've got vision on this Morana. No more lead charges. Smack in the face right there. Now Fada on the right side. Rania waiting for his opportunity. They could still go for this. TP has been spotted, and it's going to be 33 jumping in right in the middle. The Mortimer's Kiss will be front of really low on HP as well. 33, and there comes Rania. Frozen the ultimate to make sure that Charlie's down. Saberlight trying to go for the TP out, and Skitter, they don't have any TP cancels, so he is out. However, they hold their tower up, and they actually get to push as mudgolems, and maybe they will take this top tower while they save theirs.
Yeah, that's not the same trade as mid tower, so especially not when, they're already pinging Saberlight, he's on bottom. And it looks like NiP is not even looking to let this one go. Saberlight can't join, but Charlie has teleport scroll, and they don't actually want to fight him.
Yeah, 128, 332. Yeah, they could just deny this top tower, I guess, but I might just leave it up for just a bit longer so that they can maybe just teleport to defend it.
And this is one of the big benefits of that, big HP pool of the Doom. He knows that basically the only way he can die is if he gets Sonic Waves. So, yeah, why not go back to top?
Fast bomb.
Forced it out already.
Who do they go on, though? There's too many targets to pick, and they're like, alright, well, I'll just blow up this wave.
There is little
Back to jungle.
Dire's middle tower.
A little bit unconvincing, but at the same time, it's better to just, give up
Like,
early.
bottom. They're gonna go on Slardar. They got themselves the slows on Saberlight. He stuns up the Queen of Pain. Throws in the second one. Got plenty of damage. There's so many people to fight, and he's like, who do I hit? Down.
But look at the difference between this NiP and the really scared NiP that we saw in the previous game. It's like night and day, and this NiP has got 2 towers while their opponents have 0.
Yes. So all the things that we were actually thinking about are pretty much correct here. So that even with the change of draft, but also the change of playstyle, we see Charlie also rotating very early on to use his Doom early, get those pickoffs that they need. They got the mid tower down first, and all those little things that they're actually like showing to each other is also boosting their confidence by quite a lot, because they don't want to be in that situation they were in last game.
And they definitely are not anymore. That's not to say that, you know, we can say right now that they're playing this well enough that they're going to stop off this big damage, like these burst damage spikes that are going to come at them from mudgolems once the infest ganks really start rolling. But at the very least, they have a lot of space to play with now. They're giving themselves a lot of time. They're giving Supreme a lot of time. Look at this man. He's actually getting close to his Eagle song.
Yep.
He got
not too far away from it either. Like, I think Morphin has never actually been in a recovery mode after the first minute, so I guess all that money spent on those couple pieces of regen might have actually paid off for him.
Yep, sure did.
But Moonlight Shadow has been used, and it's actually been spotted by NiP. Milan at the high ground, looking for an arrow for Charlie to potentially catch. Not yet. Yeah, he's all alone here, so he's not gonna throw one. But backup is on its way. They smoke. Do smoke, and it has been spotted. NiP know this as well. So they're gonna take the fight nevertheless, it looks like it. Saberlight gonna dive under the tower. They've got Milan right in front of him. Charlie is baiting them to make a move. Misha is here. He's got some purges, he's got some stuns, arrow in the trees.
33's gonna surprise.
Very risky spot, gonna catch the arrow, needs to dive away and disengaging.
There's contact. Supreme is actually joining. Yeah, they really want this bottom tower.
Worthy tribute.
Very surprising that they bring him in. This would have been good enough as a diversion moment. Once again, what I said in the previous game, right? Contact. You just want contact, you just want to keep them busy. If they're thinking about you, they're not thinking about your carry who's farming. But this is commitment. That's Supreme on the front lines, and Baranija gotta think about whether or not he wants to TP in, but no, his team is backed off far already.
Well, they're gonna have to give away this bottom tower. NiP happy to take it.
And they're not
Shotgun
even
getting closer. Nope, they're not. They are trying to get this mid pushed in, but I think mudgolems are in a bit of disarray right now. Not quite sure what they want to do. I think they're between two options and they're not really making either. NiP is feeling the momentum because once they decide that we're ready to fight, can mudgolems answer and step up to the challenge? Because that's what they really need to do here. Impressive movements here in mid, but still nobody found. Meanwhile, they do find the Morphling silenced up, and it's gonna be enough. Mortimer's kisses deal enough damage for the kill. Those initial hits, they hurt.
Axe Rush really paying off for 33 there. And you paid for that with 3 towers, so it better pay off. And this is a good start.
And that silence is a really big tool against that Morphling until Morph finally maybe decides to go for BKB, but right now it's a Manta. You did talk about that Morphs hate going for BKB, but sometimes you have to. Might be a game where you have to start thinking about the option later on in the game.
Especially
no, you don't want to build first,
silence.
you don't have to.
Barani
Yeah, double
just finished
silence.
Orchid, and I don't think Charlie's gonna survive it.
Killing spree.
Alright, well, that was a bit surprising. So Skitter actually gets a kill with Barania. That was a, Quap ulti. All you need to do is just miss for 1 second and they will just go there and blow him up. Charlie doesn't have that much HP in the end, so... Pure damage and a nuke with the infest, yep, works just fine. Era holding mid, pushing, keeping this wave pushed out, so that doesn't allow mudgolems to toward the tower. And Charlie's just respawned. He's coming straight back to mid. Is
Very
this a smoke
beneficial to have
stack
that
up?
tower still up.
There's a smoke on snap. Looks like they're planning about it. Not yet though. Meanwhile, Roche is being started here by NiP.
Look at the
And mudgolems don't know about it.
No, this is they read it though. They don't.
Arrow's there. Charlie thinking about walking into the pit as well, but Milan is there, picks up the arcane rune. Roche at 1000 HP. Mortimer's kisses jumping from 33. He takes the Aegis. Mudgolems steal the Aegis for themselves, and NiP instantly disengage from the pit, and everything goes down the drain.
Oh, that's rough. They're gonna lose the mid tower now too.
They lose the money, they lose the Aegis, might lose some objectives, but
they're not even pushing for it. I'm surprised. With how grouped mudgolems was right there, I think they could have just marched straight on into mid. There was low status on Saberlight. He doesn't want to go in. But
I have to say
for now.
that had to be at the same time one of the most surprising Roche fights. But then nothing happened after, so it's like, all right, we just stole Roche and everybody walked away. So
Yeah.
we don't talk about what happened there.
I mean, the clear signal that it gives, I guess, is that mudgolems says, no, we don't have our timing yet, so we're not going.
Yeah.
Even though we stopped Boris by taking the Aegis.
Light coming in really fast, almost catches the Moran off guard.
And NiP would have loved to have that Aegis onto Supreme because he just waveformed in. No, what are you doing?
3100 HP though. You have that kind of damage 19 minutes in? I don't think so. So mudgolems are back.
You don't, but that's not a risk you can really afford to take. Anyway, they would have wanted, because he has no defensive items, they would have wanted to have an Aegis on top of the E-Blade that he's going to be flying in right now. Enable Supreme to blow someone up and go in without actually dying for it.
Yep. I love that Saberlight actually going for an axe on the Slardar. Meanwhile, they're jumping on the Phoenix. Silence has been thrown an arrow to force something. Arrow almost connects, and Saberlight has now returned to the mid lane. Still, the defense is holding to the Ancient, but the defense of the tier 1 tower. Midnight has been used. Moonlight Shadow even. Night Moonlight. And I'd be very stacked up here with Nisha's creeps almost blocking the Slardar. Arrow still around. Meteor Hammer for Phoenix. Silent stuff. That's an Orchid reveal from Quap. Dream here to farm and push this wave out. So nothing still happening. Mudgolem's just playing this very, very careful.
Oh, sorry. I thought you knew that the Quap had Orchid because I talked about it before Charlie.
Might have been that I completely just ignored the fact that there was an Orchid there. Yeah.
That's okay. This was only the second kill that he got with it anyway. They have been very chill on the side of mudgolems.
Yeah, 2k caster, right?
Yeah, I mean, but that's me. Right. Your MMR is like double mine.
Yeah, okay, I guess that's even worse. Alright, let's see. Void.
Oh, shit, sorry.
I used to be above 5k, man. Those were the glorious days.
I swear
and we still had party MMR. Void, however, they've got the infested lifestealer right inside on 33. He is just baiting them to come in. Come at me, bruh. And then NiP disengaged with a big bunch of people just running away from them right there.
And oh no.
Mudgolems can't seem to start a fight.
Did Charlie get his courier killed? Because there was a BKB flying out on that. He doesn't have it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
They would love to be fighting right now. If he has that, 100% they fight. He laid up, BKB on the Doom, but instead they just got a kite. That feels bad, man.
Catch us if you can.
Well, yeah. Mudgolems are just gonna keep up the pace that it is, as it is, yeah. So we see like 3,000 gold for Quap, who's had an Orchid for quite some time, so definitely racked up that bank. Go for the next item already. Axe.
Middle tower is under attack.
And surprisingly, an AC very early for the Lifestealer, right after the Armlet.
I mean, it's a strong pickup to have this extra armor when there's a Slardar on the enemy team, as well as that if you win a fight, you get to go for the base that much faster, especially once again with a lineup that doesn't really have classic siege heroes or tower hitters. So enjoy this pickup. He is just going to have to rely on his team to lock people down for him, because, you know, no Basher or Abyssal to make sure he can stick on any targets.
Alright, well, let's see if NiP can get something happening here. Aegis expires, and they've already smoked up, and they know that this is the time to fight. To have an even advantage. It's a 4 versus 4 fight. Still won't break loose. Snap holding the front.
Love Fada's baiting here.
Also ready to go, and Fada will take the blink stun from Saberlight. Evaporated. The rest will just disengage.
Looks like he was out of there. Like, it's probably intentional. Giving the Quap more time on the mid lane, giving the Lifestealer time to get out and say, alright, you know what? If I retreat here, they're gonna chase all of us, they're gonna know that we're going out, so instead I'm just staying here. They burst me and then find out, oh, there's nobody here anymore, I guess.
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
Only 12 kills in the last 24 minutes. Half a kill per minute pace. Really just, you know, just chilling about. People just want to get their stuff going here. Just, you know, slowly approaching this game.
And a lot for NiP is going to rely on their information. This Morphling is only safe if he manages to steal the form of the Lifestealer and with it the Rage. Otherwise, a double silence is going to be used to bring him down. And he is the main source of damage over on the side of NiP. Charlie is just there to, you know, wade in, get information, attract a lot of attention. He's actually got his Blink Dagger pretty much at the ready, so he's going to be very good at going in at the spot.
Well, we'll have to see. Charlie gonna go for the 25-minute rune. There's the taunt coming out, the arrow also killing one of the frost mages at the back, and Saberlight going with the stun to the blink in, and Charlie's dropping really low on HP. They got the egg popped in the back line as well. The quad ulti coming in. There's so much stuff happening. At the same time, the egg will go down too. The buyback coming in from Doom, and so will the Sapphire as well. They just want to go out on this fight, and Saberlight's gonna go down. Skinner gets exploded by the E-blade from the Morphling, and now Void Spirit still holding himself somehow together. Doomed up, and Charlie's gonna go for a dieback, and now NiP will lose not 5 but 6 heroes in this fight, and mudgolems. Oh man. Even with the buyback on the snap, losing 2 of their cores, but Quap able to dish out 3.3k damage in that fight and cause NiP to pay a heavy price.
Hell of a fight. And yeah, I gotta say, I think that NiP's targeting there, if they don't go for these hard to kill targets like the Lifestealer, for example, because he was the one that they focused on all the way at the start. Like, that is the hardest to kill target in the entire enemy lineup. If you don't do that, maybe you get to kill 2 or 3 heroes and the overall trade is better. But
Bottom tower is no more.
oh, the Quap just gets to clean that one up.
So much stuff happening there in such a short time span. I was like, all right, they're just throwing everything in that small area,
Under attack.
and it wasn't even a long drawn-out fight. It was just everybody bursting everyone down, pretty much.
Fortified.
And this is all the way back in the draft. I said that I would like to see NiP pick up someone who could make use of the fact that everything was going to be self-clustered. But yeah, the Quap went the other way, and it is the Quap who comes out on top.
Fallen.
There's tier 2 tower also now out of the way. So there's only 2 more towers outside of NiP's base that mudgolems can take, and it is dangerously looking a bit like a 2-0, but let's not swallow yet. There's still time. There's still plenty of time, but what kind of time are we actually talking about here for NiP?
For NiP specifically, like, 35
yeah.
minutes, we want this Morphling to be way bigger than he currently is. Like, probably a Skadi on top of his Manta Staff.
Yeah.
Although that is going to hurt his damage output. The problem is that there are so many items and abilities on the enemy team directly targeting him because he is the sole source of damage. Then you get caught in this weird dilemma between, if I don't build damage, you know, I'm gonna live, but I'm also not gonna win the fight. If I do build damage, I might win the fight, but I'm definitely not gonna live. What's a waterman to do?
See, there's a smoke coming in from the left side from mudgolems, and Supreme is in the front of all of this, so Morphling definitely doesn't want to fall first. Scouting arrow might have given a bit of vision on the Morphling. Still farming the high ground, and there comes the Void Spirit, throws in the taunt. Seconds for another arrow, and Roche is up. But NiP, can they challenge the summit? Can they get to this pit in any way? Milan waiting in the tree line, goes for the Yules onto the Phoenix. Phoenix is now elsewhere, taken in despite Saberlight trying to take down this Milan Mirana. And Supreme is out, and Saberlight's down too. And Charlie getting blocked by Misha's creeps, but this is NiP losing 2 heroes again. They've got the slows on the Phoenix, the infest bomb from Skidder, and Charlie diebacking on the Doom. mudgolems 12,000 gold ahead, 4 kills for them, and it just looks too easy when these guys get executed.
Really well done. One of the problems that NiP has there, though, is they want to jump on Charlie. They don't actually want to go in on Saberlight, but because of Charlie's dieback in the previous fight, he again didn't have money for the Blink Dagger. He was again about 100 gold short, just like last time. So Saberlight has to go in, the entire thing is telegraphed, and the Morphling, as I said, he can't actually fight yet. Not yet. Yeah, he's got the Scotty queued up. Is he going to get there? I don't know.
They're gonna. This is like it just looks like they can't stop this mudgolem machine from working anymore. They can't jam it. They can't slow it down.
Saberlight went for a play mid. Doesn't get anything out of it.
They're still holding him away. Yeah, now he's still going for this kill. Now he gets silenced up and they turn around with abilities. A lot of healing penalty coming into Supreme trying to look for the E-Blade, and Quap will just quickly eat up a cheese. Oh, Fada. There's an infest bomb in the backline. Supreme is getting silenced up, and 300 HP, 600 HP gets the waveform to safety. Charlie already thrown down the Doom on 33. Skidder still right-clicking on this Doom. He's just following this Doom like a shark would follow anybody else on a boat. And right now, Saberlight's down, and also Era will go down. 2 heroes gone. Double kill for Barania, and mudgolems are showing it how it's done. With the safety of the Aegis and the cheese. They get to use the cheese where the shotgun combo lands on the Quap. But Quap is fine dealing with it. And NiP back to the high ground. And actually they even find the Chen in the river. So Piranha with a DD rune. Doesn't take too much of an effort. Like, Quap hits really hard just with the right clicks. But when you add the orchids, the sheep sticks, the spells that they have, so much NiP. There's coming back from this.
DD? No, not really. Especially not because that previous fight was actually very well executed by NiP. They bait the Orchid out, don't lose Saberlight for it. Then he gets to tank the attention of most of the enemy heroes while the Morphling survives the initial jump attempt. And it's still not enough. They're just too far behind.
Mid-rack's taken out. There are no more outer towers, so they might just go again with the infest bomb just directly onto the Saberlight Slardar, and he is out. Supreme is now in the middle of everything. Slardar coming with the buyback into this fight so that NiP can still have a fighting. Because the Yules are stunned. There's a follow-up stun from Saberlight, but Piranha gets the blink away back to safety, and 33 will take him down. Skidder will get a double kill, looking for Supreme to chase him away. The egg will be thrown down, but they're just turning their attention right away to the egg, and the egg is gone. Even with Phoenix with a buyback, there's not enough manpower. There's not enough firepower left for NiP. Charlie's also down. 33 and Skidder with a triple kill. Supreme still trying something, but they're getting outstyled and outplayed here. The Narrow will connect onto the Life Stealer, but he is not even stunned. He's just standing still right there. And Supreme, he's still got that E-Blade cast on himself, so he's holding back, but Mortimer's kisses are following and flying towards the Morphling, keeping them away. And Mudgolem still with 4 heroes up. They might just be able to go for an infest bomb right in front of the fountain. They're gonna start the fountain and take Supreme right there where they are. And 33 gives 0 respect to NiP, and they're gonna go hit the tier 4 towers by the looks of it, and this is over. Mudgolems 2-0, all series today 2-0, but this one, Mudgolem style, ninjas in pajamas.
You can see that the moment that NiP run out of plays to make, the moment where they feel that they can't comfortably go out on the map anymore, it's just all mudgolems all the way. And they had such a good start on NiP. They had very clear goals, like how are we going to get these first 3 towers? How are we going to push them back? But at some point, mudgolems just hit that power spike that, you know, it was telegraphed all the way from the drafts.